Welcome to our Antisemitism and Social Cohesion session.
Yes, Ms Hager.
Sharonne, the first witness I will call today will be known as Benjamin F. He's present in the hearing room. Please come forward. There is a direction in place prohibiting the publication of his identifying information, and his face will not be shown on the live stream.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
Yes, I do.
Would you prefer an oath or an affirmation?
Oh, sorry, an oath.
Please place your hand on the text. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
So today I'll just be referring to you as Benjamin. Is that all right?
Yes.
And you've prepared a statement dated 28 April 2026, correct?
Correct.
And I understand you'd like to make a correction to paragraph 4 of that statement, is
Yes.
that right? Where it says October 2022, that should read October 2017, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And is that statement otherwise true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I tender that statement with that correction. It is stat.899.0026.0001_R.
Yes, that statement will be received as Exhibit 1.78.
You work as a teacher librarian at a school in Sydney, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you live in the inner west in Sydney.
I do, yep.
You tell us in your statement that you were raised in a Roman Catholic environment, is that right?
That's correct.
But then in 2022 you decided to convert to Judaism, is that right?
I had my formal conversion in 2022, so the process, it's quite a long and detailed process to become Jewish, so it started a number of years before that. But 2022 is when I completed my formal conversion.
I understand. And you made that decision having had an interest in religion for a number of years, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct, since I was a teenager.
And you explain in your statement that your perception growing up was that Australia was a broadly tolerant society and that overt prejudice towards religious minorities was rare. Is that correct?
Yes, I think growing up, in suburban Australia, growing up Catholic, I definitely did not understand or perceive, and perhaps it was a sense of being naive, but I just assumed and felt that Australia was a very inclusive society. I never experienced any prejudice being Catholic or being Christian at the time.
But that perception changed for you once you converted to Judaism?
Yes, correct.
And I'll go on to ask you some questions about your experiences in that regard. Mm-hmm. When you started the conversion process, you were mentored by a rabbi. What did he say to you about choosing to embark on the conversion process?
So when I first met the rabbi, I was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but he said, I think you're crazy for becoming Jewish. And at the time we had a bit of a laugh over it, but I've grown to understand that it's it's a statement that requires a bit of unpacking, because since my conversion and during the process, I've heard a lot of comments like that where members of the Jewish community genuinely ask why, and not in a sense of why you becoming Jewish in a religious sense. It's more, why are you joining this community? And the rabbi himself, we talked about that in our initial meeting, just about how my life will change, both living in a Jewish life, but also the way that people perceive you as a Jewish person, and how everything will change.
You then go on to talk in your statement about coming out as gay to friends and family when you were 18 years old. Was that a mostly positive experience for you?
It was, yep. I didn't have any issues with my family, and my close friends at the time accepted me. I had a very positive experience in coming out.
You describe converting to Judaism as feeling like a second coming out. Can you
Yes,
just
I did.
explain that feeling for us?
When you grow up gay, you become, particularly in the 1990s, 2000s, you envelope yourself in a very conscious way of protection, that you don't tell people. You use the word closeted. You kind of are very selective on who you tell. Things have changed, thankfully, now. When I converted to Judaism, it was really a process of coming out again, revealing myself and my, becoming Jewish to those around me, my friends. My experience was not like me coming out as gay. Should I continue on? Yeah. It was quite horrific, actually. Whereas when I came out as gay, I had support from close friends around me. When I began the process of telling people that I was embarking on this Jewish journey, I lost a significant number of friends. I've had people who I would have considered lifelong friends and companions who have abandoned me. I've been subjected to slurs. I've been called a genocide supporter. I've been told that I'm immoral. I've been told that how could I support Israel, even though Israel wasn't or has never been in a conversation with those people. I've been questioned why I would do something like that, and not necessarily in the sense of moving from Christianity to Judaism. That didn't seem to be the problem. It was more, why would I align myself with the Jewish community? I'm sorry.
Please take
with
your
the Jewish
time.
community. The level of hatred that I felt towards myself and those around me has been profound. Growing up gay and dealing with that, and then being comfortable in my own skin, and then embarking on this Jewish journey, and then having an experience, when I'm gay, you hear slurs and whatever else. I've never in my life been called someone who supports genocide. I've never in my life been called someone who supports the killing of innocent people, or people who I've considered as friends questioning my ethics and morals. That never happened coming out as gay.
You say at paragraph 13 that these reactions from your friends were particularly confronting because they occurred within social circles that you would ordinarily regard as comprising tolerant, progressive and socially conscious people. Can you describe that sentiment for us?
Perhaps it's a sweeping statement, but I would consider the LGBT community by large as would be parked within a very progressive space. It's probably traditionally, there's lots of members within the community that would align with the values of the left or progressive circles. Those spaces I once considered safe. I once considered my community. I would not question going to a gay bar or club or a social circle that had LGBTQI plus people. That has changed significantly. Those progressive spaces, and I put that in inverted commas, I no longer feel culturally or physically safe in those spaces anymore.
You say at paragraph 17 that your feeling is that in some cases Jewish people are implicitly or explicitly expected to distance themselves from anything to do with Israel to remain welcome within these communities. Has that been your experience?
It has, and I would add to that even when the question or the subject of Israel is not even raised, it seems to be constantly added into the conversation. It seems that no one, sorry, let me rephrase that. It seems that I can't talk about being Jewish or Jewish issues or things relating to Judaism without someone feeling the need to refer that back to Israel about what they perceive as their opinion about what's, the political situation in Israel and the Middle East. And then no matter what you say, it seems that you can't win. They will say, oh, you're justifying genocide, or they'll call you a Zio, which is the new insult that seems to be used by members of the community and others. It seems that you can't distance yourself. On one hand, people want you to disassociate yourself from Israel, but then they don't allow you to have a conversation without them bringing Israel into the conversation, even when it's not relevant or appropriate at the time of conversation.
And you've described that experience as deeply isolating.
100%, yeah. I feel alone. There's times, you've had lifelong friendships that have disintegrated, some subtly, others more overtly, and it's lonely. It's lonely. I feel those spaces that I once was comfortable, going to a bar, having a drink with friends. It's not something that you do now without at the back of your mind thinking, what if they see a Star of David? What if they talk about Israel? What if you see a kafir? What if the question of, overseas issues comes up? And they do, and it's quite prevalent in those circles. Yep.
You're a member of DANU,
Yes.
which is a Jewish LGBTQIA plus community group, is that
yes,
right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you ultimately ended up marching in the Mardi Gras with that group, is that correct?
Yes, I've marched with them a number of times, yep.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
particularly this year is what my statement refers to, yep.
Yes, so I wanted to ask you some questions about that.
Mm-hmm.
When you made the decision to join the march, you were aware that DANU had initially cancelled its participation in the Mardi Gras, but later reconfirmed its participation following negotiations with the organisers. You were aware of that?
I was aware.
But you personally weren't involved in those discussions?
I was not, no.
And you say you were originally too scared to march with DANU this year. Why was that?
The war overseas with Iran had just commenced. I felt that after the massacre in Bondi, what was a terrible feeling of anti-Semitism in Australia had ramped up. I was scared to reveal myself as a Jewish person walking up Oxford Street in an area that I once thought was safe and progressive. I was, to be honest, and I'm very mindful I'm saying this under oath, I was scared for my life. It was a guttural fear that I genuinely thought we were going to be attacked. I genuinely thought that it wasn't going to end well. prior to the march, I sent a message to my sister telling her where I was, that if anything should happen to me, that I love her. I messaged a work colleague to tell her that if she was to hear anything on the news, that's where I was, so that she knew she could be my point of contact. It was a real and genuine fear. When we arrived at Mardi Gras, we were escorted up Oxford Street by armed police. Generally, the way Mardi Gras is, there's a marshalling area in Hyde Park. It was my understanding that a decision was made by DANU not to go to the marshalling area because of safety concerns. They were real and genuine concerns. We went to a pub in the eastern suburbs who hosted us prior to the event. We had a community bus that took us down to Oxford Street. At the time, we were told that there was a group called Pride in Protest in conjunction with what I believe were the Greens that were going to cause issues in terms of protest. That amplified my fear. And once we were walking up Oxford Street, it was probably one of the scariest moments of my life in terms of safety. I had people, yes, there was support, 100% there was support on the way up, but in addition to that, I had people shout out to me, and these are direct quotes that I recall, that this was said collectively to the group, that we were genocide supporters. And I'm sorry for my language, but I heard someone look straight into my face as I was walking up and said, "Your government is fucked." Free Palestine, people that were seeing us with symbols of Judaism. There was nothing related to Israel, nothing related to politics. That was an explicit instruction from DANU, where people were chanting Free Palestine, were waving flags. I believe it was done directly to intimidate and to scare and to try and force us into submission, I guess, would be what I would say.
When you were marching in the parade, did you notice any other groups having the same level of security as,
I did not.
as DANU had?
No, and there's a number of groups, everything from, police to fire brigade to Liberal, Labor, all sorts of groups, all sorts of social, political and otherwise. I did not see any other levels of security like DANU.
Once the parade was over, you travelled back to where you started on the start of the night, on the bus that had been organised for you, and something happened when you got off that bus. What did you experience at that point?
We had a double decker. It was one of those sort of tourist buses that was hired. When we were coming off the bus, obviously someone had identified that we were a Jewish group. There was a driver in a utility van that passed by and shouted, and I quote, "Fuck the Jews." Several members of our group heard this. He was revving up and down the street where we had parked the bus. So even, once we'd finished the parade and we were quickly escorted off Oxford Street and marshalled back onto the bus, it felt like the fear continued into what was meant to be a safe place away from the crowd and so forth. Apart from our DANU shirts, we were advised by President of DANU not to wear anything identifiably Jewish in terms of wearing a kippah or Star of David or so forth, because the level of security was too great. Our safety couldn't be guaranteed. If we were to then go into a nightclub or a bar or otherwise wearing an identifiably Jewish T-shirt, with Dayenu and a Star of David. We were asked to remove any of those items of clothing before we would go on to other venues, and that's what many of our members did. Yep.
Next, in your statement, you recount your experience teaching Jewish students. I might come back and ask you about that at the end,
Yep.
if that's all right. The next topic I wanted to ask you about is whether your experiences have affected whether or not you choose to display your Jewish identity in public.
This is something embarking on, I call it my Jewish journey with conversion. I feel, in terms of my personal identity, that I can't live a true and authentic Jewish life because I need to hide away clear and religious items of Judaica. I have a kippah in my pocket I'm too scared to wear. That's true. I was scared walking in here today. I asked members that perhaps are in this room whether there would be hecklers, whether there would be members of the public that could or potentially heckle me while I'm giving this statement. These are real and genuine concerns that I never had pre-conversion. I never thought about those things growing up as a Roman Catholic. I would never, it just wasn't on my radar. It just wouldn't have happened. There was no way I would have ever thought about concealing a cross around my neck or any other identifiable Christian symbols. It wasn't on my radar. Being Jewish is difficult. I have a mezuzah on my door. However, when it's Hanukkah, when I light the candles and I try and display them in my windows, I'm scared. Each night when I light the candles, I'm scared that someone's going to throw a brick through my glass windows. That is a real and genuine concern. Although my neighbours directly either side of me know that I'm Jewish, I have not told anyone else in my street or otherwise. It's not even that I feel I need to. I mean, it's not like a Catholic would go around telling people, oh, I'm Catholic. It's very difficult to lead a true and authentic Jewish life when you're hiding a big part of your identity. I think growing up Jewish and having Jewish family and friends and perhaps going to a Jewish school, it might be perhaps different. My statements in my lived experience as a convert, where I didn't have those experiences of growing up within that Jewish tight community or having friends and family. So for me, stepping into that space has been very, very difficult. You mentioned before that I live in the inner west. There is absolutely, under no circumstances would I walk up kippah. I would not feel safe. I would have real and genuine concerns about that. Wearing a kippah. I would not do that. Yep.
And you made the decision recently to even pack up some emblems of your Jewish identity in the home. Can you explain what you did and why you made that decision?
We had some remedial works or renovations at our home prior to having quotes done or tradesmen coming in to have those works done. And in addition to that, we had some furniture delivered. Prior to their scheduled time to arrive, I removed menorah, I removed our ketubah that hangs on my wall, I removed several of my books from my bookcase that are about Judaism or Israel. I'm scared of having people who are strangers in my house and knowing that I'm Jewish. When I have friends and family over, that's not a problem, but I just don't know who those people are and what their beliefs are and what level of safety I have if they knew that I was Jewish. Again, this could be perceived fear, could be actual fear. I think the two are interlinked. Yep.
You teach at a school which is a non-Jewish school, but there are some Jewish students that attend.
That's correct.
Is that right? And you explain in your statement that you had a conversation recently with a student of a Jewish background, and that's a student you've mentored for several years, is that right?
Yeah, so our school, we have I guess a collective word is like a homeroom teacher kind of scenario, where we have students in year 7 with a homeroom teacher or mentor, and you are with those students in that cohort all the way through to year 12, with the idea that it creates a stronger bond with those students, and you develop a greater rapport, you get to know them quite well, and you go through their highs and lows, and especially through teenagehood and so forth. So by the time of year 12, she was in my cohort. I knew her quite well as a teacher, and she was one of my students. In that capacity, I've known her since year 7. So you just, as a homeroom teacher, you see them grow and mature as young adults once they're in year 12.
And you describe a conversation that you had with her. Would you share that with us now?
Yeah, so this was in 2023, kind of the week after October 7. So once we reached back at school, she was visibly upset and distraught. We being the year coordinator, who was also Jewish, and myself, we asked her to come into an office area just to kind of touch base and see how she was. This is a student, she was visibly upset, she was sobbing, she was scared not to be at school. She felt that school was a safe place for her. What she was petrified about was leaving our school gates, because she said, once I leave school, I don't know, her fear was that someone would recognize her as being Jewish or having an Israeli mum. She was genuinely fearful that her safety was at risk. I reiterated if she felt fear at school. She said no. She felt that was a supportive place. But it was once she left the school grounds. That was really, really difficult for me as a teacher. Seeing, you see students in all sorts of, when they're having good days, bad days, and otherwise, but hearing a student sob, and it was like a guttural sob, and she was so scared. She didn't know what was going to happen. She was scared for her family. I think for her it was just the fear that someone would somehow know that she was Jewish just because she was. Yep.
You conclude your statement by making some observations, including the one at paragraph 46, where you say anti-Semitism is often discussed in terms of extreme acts of violence or isolated incidents, but I take it your view is that one needs to understand the full range of experiences of anti-Semitism. Could you comment on that for us?
For me and my experiences, obviously it's the everyday occurrences. It's the underlying fear that you feel. It's the conversations you have around a Shabbat table where you hear your friends telling you terrible stories about their experiences of going into cultural spaces and hearing things, or being excluded from social circles, or feeling that they're not welcome into cultural spaces, feeling fear of wearing identifiable Jewish or Judaica or symbols. It's also the constant obsessive fixation that people have on Israel. I particularly think of political parties like the Greens that seem to have this absolute fixation, and I think it's absolutely filtering down into common society in terms of it's the new norm that having this constant rhetoric about a country that's 14,000 kilometres away and a fraction of the size of Australia somehow is made. It's so mainstream now for people to have a derogatory comment about Israelis, about Jews, about Israel. I think they're all one and the same now. That people have replaced the word Jew with Zionist and feel that that's an acceptable way to say heinous things about the community or Jewish people. I know that Israeli Australians are experiencing deep and significant levels of racism in Australia. I don't think that's been properly identified, and the experiences that they're having. I find that in progressive spaces, particularly in the inner west, people talk about diversity and inclusion and anti-racist kind of programs, but that seems to always exclude Jewish people or Israelis. It's always, kind of, a lot of people talk about intersectionality, yet that excludes Jewish people or Israelis, that you can have multiple that you're made up of many different things, like you might be LGBTQI, you could be this, you could be that, but as soon as you mention that you're Jewish, then suddenly there's a question mark about your loyalty to Australia, about what your political views are, that somehow you are in this, quote, Israel lobby. That I heard exactly the same rhetoric when marriage equality was happening, and that members of the community or political parties would throw lines like, oh, it's the gay lobby. I'm not a part of any lobby. I don't know of any lobby. Yes, there are people that champion different causes, but that's a democracy. I feel that the way that the situation that we are in now, it has become so normalized. You open up news organizations like the ABC, there's an obsessive fixation on Israel. There's a disproportionate amount of articles about Israel. There seems to be an ongoing commentary about Israel and Jewish experiences that no other community anywhere else in the entire world experience. And it's frustrating, it's traumatizing, and that's why I believe it's absolutely anti-Semitic. It's not that people are making a conversation over a table about a different country or about different issues around the world. It's that there is a deep and profound obsessive fixation on one place and one group of people that no other group of people in the world or no other country experiences. That's why when I make a reference to, yes, anti-Semitism is the big ticket items, like obviously the tragedy that happened in Bondi, but there's a lot of underlying currents of hostility that Jewish people experience and face. For me as a convert, I've seen it firsthand. I've kind of stepped into that space. I've heard conversations. I've experienced it myself. I've had people wave Palestinian flags at me for no other reason than once I forgot to take my kippah off coming out of a synagogue. I've experienced the most disheartening comments thrown at me that I support genocide. I've experienced the loss of friendships. I've experienced my own wedding where I've had to have a security guard so that my guests would come into a synagogue. These are profound things that I think create a jigsaw puzzle of a bigger picture of deep-seated problems that we have in Australia that I don't believe many people in the wider community are probably aware of, or it's in their peripheral vision, but I think it needs to be told. And yep, that's been my experience.
So, before you converted to Judaism,
Yes, yep.
you had a long-standing interest in the
yes.
Jewish faith.
I did, since I was a teenager.
And did that extend to an interest in the history of Israel, or was it purely the Jewish faith?
Not particularly.
I'm just wondering, sir, do you have what I might describe as an emotional attachment to the idea of Israel?
Look, I've never been to Israel. I have. When you say an emotional attachment, it's to a place you've never been to, but you know is central to Judaism in terms of the centrality of Israel to many of the prayers, to many of the traditions, even when you have your Passover meal. I think since 2022, since my conversion, my feelings towards Israel has probably got stronger because people are so profoundly opposed to it that you're dropped into this situation where you suddenly need to have an opinion about a place that I probably didn't think all that much about. You know, in high school, yes, you learn about it through history or through news and whatever else, but I think it's beyond having it as part of, you know, the idea of a homeland for Jewish people, or as in, you know, it's beyond that now. It's become such a political word that I believe a lot of people use the word Israel as an insult, because now it's anything that seems to be linked or associated with it puts you on the outer with many people. So when you ask about my what was the word you used? My kind of feelings towards Israel. I've not been to Israel. I think I believe that Israel has a right to exist. I believe that Jewish people have a right to self-determination and that they're indigenous people to Israel. But I also believe that on a wider scale, that absolute fixation upon one country of the earth is unwarranted. Yep.
As a gay man living in the inner west, who happens to be Jewish, you found some people were distancing themselves from you in circumstances, do I take it, when you hadn't expressed your own opinion about, say, the war in Gaza?
Oh, 100%. So in 2022, the current conflict hadn't commenced. A lot of these friendships, and it wasn't necessarily from the inner west, just childhood friendships had ended. Some subtly, some more overtly. Since the current conflict in Gaza, there's been people who have felt, knowing that I'd been on this journey, to make unsolicited comments to me via social media or SMS about their opinions about the Arab-Israeli conflict and what their views were. So yes, it's been escalated since Gaza, but it was long before before that, it seems that people have long established thoughts about Israel and about Judaism.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming today. I have no further questions.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, sir. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Commissioner, the next witness is Mia Kline, who is present in the hearing room.
Yes.
Thanks so much.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Yes, Ms. Phillips.
Can you please state your name?
Mia Kline.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You have prepared a witness statement that's dated the 27th of April 2026.
Yes, that is correct.
You've got a copy of that statement in front of you.
Yes, I do.
Could I ask you just to speak up, just a touch?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'll sit closer to the mic.
Is the contents of that witness statement still true and correct?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, stat.899.0030.0001_R.
Yes, that will be received as Exhibit 1.79.
You are a 22-year-old Jewish Australian, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you're a university student currently studying in Canberra.
Yes, I studied law and arts up in Canberra.
And before moving to Canberra to start your university studies, you grew up and lived in Melbourne, is that right?
Yes.
And you've referred in your statement to your paternal grandmother having herself grown up in Germany. What stories did she share with you and your family about her experiences as a child?
My grandmother was born in Poland, nowadays Ukraine because of borders moving, but she moved to Berlin when she was a baby and she lived in an orphanage. When she was old enough to move out of said orphanage, she went to school in Germany, like all kids do, and there were frequent assaults, physical assaults on her when she would walk home from school, when she would leave school property. So my paternal great-grandfather had to organise a safe house of sorts for her to stay in until all the kids had left and walked away so that they wouldn't beat her up, essentially, when she would walk home from school.
And you've said in your statement that after the Holocaust, your paternal grandfather, that he was forbidden by his own grandparents from engaging with his Jewish identity. Why was that? It's many like grandparents above me, but my paternal grandfather's grandparents said to him that it would be safer for him to not live a visibly open Jewish life in Poland, just in terms of him having better chances of survival. And it was only until he and his family moved to Israel when he was 10 years old that he was able to live a proud, open Jewish life. And from that moment, when he was able to have the privilege of, the right of being an openly Jewish person, he made a promise to himself that he would want that for his children and grandchildren, that they could live in a country, in an environment where they could be proud and openly Jewish every single day and not have to fear that that would ever change. And the story of how your grandparents were welcomed into Australia, you said that has been a building block of your own identity.
Yeah. My grandparents always told me and my siblings and my cousins growing up how lucky we are to be in Australia, known as the lucky country. Australia was the country that let my grandparents and great-grandparents in after World War II. So they could have gone to many other countries. It could have been the US, it could have been the UK, but it was Australia that said yes. So we feel a real sense of pride to be Australian and lucky that we're here and that the country opened its arms to my family many years ago.
And you've mentioned in your statement some of the student organisations and roles that you've participated in since commencing your university studies. Can you tell me about some of those?
Yeah, I have the privilege of teaching Hebrew and Jewish studies at the Jewish Community Centre in Canberra. I was the co-head of the Jewish Youth Movement in Canberra, known as CATS. And I've also been a part of the Australasian Union of Jewish Students on my university campus for 3 or so years.
And I think you also, for a period, held the position of gender and sexuality education advocate at a university college, is that right?
Yeah, at my residential college, yes.
In your statement, you refer to feeling a change on your university campus in the aftermath of the 7th of October 2023. Can you describe what that change felt like?
Yes. I think it's important to note as well that Canberra is already a very politically charged place, centre of power. A lot of students move up to Canberra to study politics and international relations. So we're already having, quite political conversations, but I felt a visible shift after October 7, where comments around the existence of a state of Israel, a Jewish lobby, in quotation marks, having some sort of disproportionate amount of power to influence things in Australian society became really clear, and those conversations were kind of welcomed in places that they weren't usually. Like, for example, in my residential hall, we had a no politics rule when you would eat dinner in the dining hall, and that rule was completely scrapped after October 7 and the war began. And all of a sudden, I was inundated with questions about, Mia, what is your stance on the war? What do you think about Israel's proportionate response to Hamas? And all of these conversations were just happening every day to a quantity that was just overwhelming.
You've described in your statement in that environment feeling like you're being put on trial. Can you explain how you experienced that?
I feel like people in Canberra and at my residential college, there was a shortcut that happened in people's minds that when they saw a Jewish person, they felt that it was appropriate or welcomed to ask questions about the IDF, the current government of the day in Israel, the mere existence of a country. And they were asking me those questions directly. And it felt like I had to be a war correspondent, a policymaker, and that I had to be incredibly versed on these very complicated perspectives, war strategies that I've got no idea about. And I felt like I had to be a spokesperson for Israel and for Israel's existence.
And in December 2023, you decided to move out of your college accommodation on campus and move in with 2 of your friends from university into a share house. Can you tell me about a meeting that you had with your housemates in May of 2024?
Yep. So on the 7th of May 2024, one of my housemates called a house meeting on our group chat and asked if we could all meet in the living room at a certain time that evening to just discuss house things. I thought it was going to be about filling in my former housemate's spot because she was going on exchange, so talking about getting different people in, interviewing and seeing if we could find a suitable housemate. I entered the living room a couple minutes late, and both of my housemates were sitting on the couch with notebooks in front of them, and I immediately knew we weren't going to be speaking about the things that I thought we were going to be speaking about, usual housemate business. And my housemates kind of started speaking about how for the past couple of months since October 7 and the war, they felt like they've been walking on eggshells in the house around me, and that the house wasn't a safe space for them to have tough political conversations about current events, and that they couldn't reconcile my views with their values, and that we couldn't live under one roof. This was all in relation to me being a Zionist, a proud, visible Zionist, and they said that they couldn't live with me. They then asked if I had anything to say. I was sitting there distraught, I was sobbing, and I said, no, I'm going to go for a drive. I left the house, got in my car, started driving around the streets of Canberra. I called my parents. They both said, you need to stay at a trusted adult's house. You need to get out of that house. You're not welcomed there. You're not safe there. And I called one of my best friends at my residential college and I said, can I come pick you up from college? Can you come to the house with me so I can pack a bag and then I can stay at yours for that night? And she said, of course. So I picked her up. We returned back to my share house. I packed a bag. And that was the last time I saw my housemates.
Paragraph 31 of your statement, you've articulated something that was apparent to you from that conversation that day with your housemates. Could I invite you to read that paragraph?
Yes. It is apparent to me that my housemates' conduct resulted from their perception of me as a Jew. My housemates never asked me about my connection to Israel. In their eyes, I was a Zionist who must be presumed to support genocide, ethnic cleansing, and a litany of crimes against humanity, which is untrue. I regard myself as a Zionist because I believe that the Jewish people have a right to self-determination in part of their ancestral homeland. I have never advocated harm to Palestinians or denied their right to self-determination.
You still adhere to those remarks?
100%.
And
Can I ask, had you turned 20 in October of 2023?
Yes.
And were you in your first year at university?
That was the end of my second year.
Thank you.
Describe feelings of real isolation in the weeks and months that followed that encounter with your former housemates. Can you describe how that impacted you and your studies at that time in your life?
Yeah. These were some of my best friends at the time. To have two of your best friends turn around and say that they can't live under the same roof as you because you're a Zionist. I was incredibly isolated. I withdrew from social circles. I had to postpone my exams because my exams were the next month. I was focused on finding accommodation, somewhere safe for me to live. My parents had to come up at different points to view different places for me to live, help me sort out temporary accommodation so I wasn't sleeping, on the floor of my friends' rooms in college. I just felt very alone. I had to filter myself down so that people would still accept me. At university, I took off my Magen David, my Star of David, and I didn't wear a necklace that said Mia in Hebrew for a really long time. It just feels like there was a complete breakdown of dialogue. My former housemates didn't have more than 2 or 3 genuine, meaningful conversations with me about the war and how it affected me or how it would affect Jewish people on a larger scale in Australia. And to just immediately pigeonhole me and assume things about my stance was incredibly hurtful, and I felt very alone, and that if I even wanted to broach the subject with people, they would judge me and praise what my former housemates did because it was an act of, real activism and social justice, and they were standing up for what is right, but they didn't even want to have a conversation with me about it. It was just posed as, we can't live under the same roof as you.
You've described, after these events, becoming more guarded in how you presented yourself as a Jewish person, and you've just referred to the jewellery that you took off, and also an overarching process that you've called de-Jewing yourself. How did that manifest in your exchanges with people on your campus?
It would be as simple as, Mia, what are you doing this Friday night? Instead of saying I can't attend that social event, I would say, I've got something else on, so sorry, when in actual fact I was going to synagogue or I had a Shabbat dinner. I just didn't feel like it was super safe or welcomed for me to openly declare myself as Jewish, especially in spaces where being Jewish, again, shortcut, does mean that you're on one side of the political spectrum, you completely agree with the current government of the day. People aren't necessarily speaking to you as a person, they see you as part of this greater Zionist lobby machine. Complete breakdown of dialogue. So I just thought it was easier to filter myself down to my most digestible, which is just another student on campus who doesn't necessarily declare herself as Jewish.
You refer in your witness statement to having a meeting in your capacity as August co-president with some of the leadership from your university in the middle of 2024. What were some of the concerns that you raised at that meeting?
We were concerned that students on campus were feeling unsafe, both in tutorial settings but also in residential halls. The university I attend is very unique in the sense that we have over 70% of students that live on campus. So campus is people's home, and we had students that they were getting free Palestine flyers slipped under their doors at college, which is quite concerning. There were chants as part of the encampment that we had at our university that were referring to an intifada revolution. There is only one solution. And that imagery was really troubling to students. And in this meeting that I had with the senior university leadership, the two senior leaders that we met from the university refused to condemn the statement because the slogan, that people were chanting on campus, because there's a distinction between what is hurtful and what is hateful. And that was really difficult for me to walk away from that meeting with having a discussion really about the semantics of language, because you have a person from the Jewish community sitting in front of you telling you this is anti-Semitic, this is troubling, there are students that feel unsafe, and rather than that person allowing me, the person from the community, to define what discrimination and prejudice means to me, that power was taken away. And it felt really unfair because, and this was a conversation that I had afterwards with another Orges representative, no senior university official would ever say to a student from any other minority community, no, what you're feeling is not actually suffering against your people. You would never say that to an LGBTQIA+ student or a person of colour. But in that moment, they felt compelled to do that for Jewish students when we were crying for support and more visible support from the university. But we didn't receive that.
In the aftermath of some of the events that you have described in your witness statement, you wrote a letter to your former housemates, is that right?
Yes, I did.
And it was something that was quite cathartic for you to do at the time?
Yeah, very cathartic, to just put all of my thoughts to paper and kind of close the book on that chapter in my life and try and look forward to what my future would be like in Canberra.
You've included that letter in your witness statement at paragraph 30. Can I invite you to share it with us today?
Yeah. Would you like me to read it in full?
Yes.
Okay. To my former housemates, it has taken weeks of emotional distress, actual physical sickness, navigating trauma and grief to write this letter. For my own peace of mind and conscience, I wanted to write to both of you to convey my perspective of that Tuesday night and how our friendships since then have been destroyed. Being a proud supporter of the existence of the Jewish state in Israel and the Jewish people's right to self-determination is not new for me. It has always been a part of my identity and advocacy, something which I am not quiet about. I am also not quiet about being a harsh critic of Benjamin Netanyahu, his government, and the actions of the IDF. The nuance in the conversations we have about Israel since October 7 is found in context, moral equivalence, and empathy for people on both sides. I stand for peace, harmony, and the protection of all innocent civilians in Israel. I wholeheartedly believe in and support a two-state solution in which Palestinian and Jewish Israelis can live peacefully alongside one another in their shared ancestral homeland. All I want is for this war to end, for all Palestinian people to have a home in Israel, and for the hostages to be returned. The misalignment of values and views is something that we as individuals navigate every day. Having complicated, politically charged conversations is part of what drew me to you both. You were not scared to shy away from discussions which needed to take place, no matter how grey they were. Why is this conversation different? And so different that you couldn't live under the same roof as me. I have also asked myself what I want out of writing this letter. Relief that I have communicated everything I could have, to change your minds, an apology. I concluded that I want you to understand the irreparable hurt and damage you have caused me. You have made me fearful of how the world will treat me as a proud Jew and Zionist. I hope that in the years to come you will reflect on your actions, and come to understand the deep hurt you have caused me, which has no other cause than racism against a minority group of which I am a proud member. I will leave you with one last question. How do you intend to navigate these inconsistent values throughout your lives?
Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you for your evidence, Mia.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Aaron Guttman, will be present here in the hearing room. Please come forward,
Yes.
sir.
Affirmation, please.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Could you please state your name?
So my name is Aaron Guttman, but most people prefer to call me Aaron because it's easier to say.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a statement dated 15 April 2026, correct?
That's right.
And I understand you'd like to make a correction to paragraph 13 of your statement. Could you just describe that for us?
Yes, sure. I would. I was going through my statement with my family over the weekend it's part of preparation, and as they would normally do, they'd tell me if I make a mistake. And they reminded me, or I had rationalised in my head, that there was an incident that occurred when my son was about 12 years old, and it was called a Jew toss. And I thought it was at an athletics carnival, and they were choosing a lane for this athletics day. And my son corrected me, and he said, no, it wasn't for that. It was actually at Little Athletics, and it was because they had gone to purchase things at a canteen, this group of kids, and the kids came back with a little bit of change, 5 cents, 10 cents, and they thought, what are they going to do with this change? So they thought, let's have a game, let's do a Jew toss. So the idea being that you toss the coin and whoever catches it gets the money. So I'm sorry for the mistake I made in my original statement, and I thank my family for correcting me like they always do.
It's not a problem. So with that correction made, is the statement otherwise true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
I tender that statement, which has doc ID stat.899.0012.0001R.
Yes, that statement is Exhibit 1.80.
You tell us a little bit about your family's history in your statement. Your mother was born in a displacement camp in Germany after World War II and arrived in Australia in 1951 as a refugee when she was 4 years old. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And your father was born in Hungary in 1944 and came to Australia in 1957. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you describe your parents as secular yet traditional Jews. What does that mean to you and to them?
So it means basically that we are very traditional Jewish people. I don't wear a kippah or a yarmulke. I do occasionally go to synagogue. We will celebrate the festivals. It was a family mission which we've carried on in my own family, that we will always have a Friday night dinner together, and we will celebrate the Sabbath. We will go to synagogue on high holidays. We'll have a mezuzah on our door, but I'm not necessarily doing, my family wouldn't do the traditional religious things like wear tzitzit or wear a kippah on the head. So for all intents and purposes, I look like anyone else. But yeah, that's really what the traditional way of Judaism is.
And you describe your parents as patriotic Australians, and you note that your father was an avid sports lover and would support Australia over Hungary or Israel in sporting matches. Is that
yes,
right?
So if you ask my father where he came from, because my father had a very strong Hungarian accent all the way through to the end of his life, and if you asked him where was he from, He goes, I'm an Aussie. Very proud Australian. One of his favourite or happiest times in his life was when Australia made the World Cup soccer finals in Germany. And of all places, he decided to go to Germany to watch Australia play in the World Cup. He joined legions of fans who went there, and he purchased an Australian tracksuit, which was branded All Australia, and he wore it for weeks before, throughout, and for a month afterwards. And he was just obsessed with anything Australian. He loved the country. He felt that, as the previous witness has said, we were the lucky country, and he loved every moment of being in Australia.
You go on to describe some of the experiences you had in your childhood as a Jewish child, and you recall your first experience of anti-Semitism being at around 83 or 84 when you were 13 or 14 years old. Can you describe that incident for us?
Yeah, so we lived in a suburb of Melbourne where there are a lot of synagogues around, a typical Jewish area. The synagogue that my family went to was a very religious synagogue, and I hated it, to be honest. And being a very social environment, the idea was to catch up with friends at other synagogues and just go from one synagogue to the other one and catch up with each other rather than what we were supposed to be doing, and that was sitting in synagogue praying. So there happened to be another synagogue probably 3 or 4 blocks away from the synagogue where my family went, and I went for a walk to that synagogue to meet up with friends, and probably about halfway along this main road, all of a sudden, without any sort of like warning, I had eggs thrown at me, and I heard Jew. I think they said dirty Jew, but to be honest, I was in a little bit of shock. Thankfully, they weren't very good in their aim, and most of them missed. There was one egg that sort of like just clipped me, but it was enough to really shock me, and I actually didn't go back to that. I didn't go to the synagogue with the friends. I went back to where I was. It was just a little bit of a clean up. And yeah, so that was my first real experience, because I was walking from the synagogue with a yarmulke on, a kippah on, a suit, but still no tzitzit hanging out, but I did have a kippah on.
You ultimately attended Mount Scopus Memorial College, and that is the same school that your students, that your children started as students.
Yes.
In around 2003 or 2004, is that right?
That's right.
Then in 2012, your family relocated to Sydney, and they started attending another school there. You remarked that you've noticed many changes for Jewish schools compared to what you experienced growing up. Could you describe what those changes are?
Sure. When I went to school, particularly in the Burwood campus, there were gates open, there were a number of driveways where people could just enter the school. I don't remember any security guards at all. Maybe there was, but I don't remember any of them. There were probably some teachers roaming around the school, just more from checking that the students wouldn't leave the school. Students had a habit of going to the local fish and chip shop in that area, and then coming back into the school, and they'd get into trouble, so they had teachers patrolling the area for that. So then when my kids went to school, we noticed a few changes. So when they started, there was a security guard at the gate. They were usually older people. I don't think they weren't armed. They definitely weren't going to hinder anyone if there was a problem. But it was seen as a deterrent. And then when we moved to Sydney, I had to move for work purposes, and my family came with me. We weren't sure which school to go to. We didn't really know anyone in Sydney, but we had heard that there was a school in the north that might be a good school to go to. We had arranged, as the kids came, to visit the school and just see what it was like. And we approached the school. We were basically going to the airport straight afterwards, so we had suitcases in the back of the car, and we were greeted what I would call a typical Get Smart scene, where you had 3 layers of security. So you had these big burly armed guards, nothing like I had seen before. You had bollards at the front, and you had a long security gate that was, so you had 3 levels of defence. We were interrogated to the point of, what are you doing here? Why do you have bags in the back of your car? And we thought, when are we going? Do we really want to go to this school? Because we had never seen anything like this before. The kids did end up going to the school, and they were at that school for 1.25 years before we moved back to Melbourne, and the kids returned to the original school that we sent them to, which Mount Scopus. And all of a sudden the guards became not older but more younger. They were armed. It was a lot harder to get into the school. Again, lots of questions being asked, so security had ramped up quite significantly.
You go on to talk about your experiences of anti-Semitism after October 7. Did your experiences change at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I had always experienced undercurrents of anti-Semitism throughout my life, really. From that first encounter of the egg throwing all the way through to bomb threats at a school during my VCE exam, to just comments here and there. But it was only, I think the first time I became really scared was after October 7, 2023. I had joined a company based in the city, not far from Melbourne University. And I used to catch public transport to my place of work. Around the place of work there were stickers with the Star of David crossed out. There'd be on shops, Star of David's crossed out. There were signs on people's homes, all sorts of things that were quite derogatory towards Jewish people and gave an impression that Jews are not welcome here. Like, you can't go into this milk bar because they don't serve Jews. So that was just the physical environment of my work. I stopped catching public transport after October 7. The reports that were coming out, where are the Jews? Forget the Sydney Opera House and what it was said, but even in reports in Melbourne that there were people driving around the streets after October 7 saying, where are the Jews, we want to get them, or words to that effect. I stopped catching public transport. There were neo-Nazis going on trains looking for Jewish people, so we were getting it from everywhere. And I didn't know how I would react if I was approached on a train to say, are you Jewish? Because I am proud of being Jewish, but I also know my personal safety was at risk. I work in a risk environment. My job is to assess risk and mitigate risk. So for me, one of the key things to avoid that risk was don't catch public transport. So I would drive to work. They did have an underground car park which you had to pay for, a significant amount of money, but understand it's in the city, so it should be fairly expensive. But I just paid that money rather than catch public transport.
And you described in your statement as well some of the experiences that your son has had, and you mentioned earlier the incident with what was described as the Jew toss, but you recount some other examples at paragraph 14 when your son was playing football for a Jewish club. Can you tell us about those instances?
Yes. So he played football for Ajax, and I'm sure you've already heard many stories about that, but he played amongst in teams against other clubs, and they would often make comments, or I shouldn't say often, there were comments made about gassing the Jews, around Hitler doing was right, those sorts of comments. And these kids are, 11 to 14, 15, who just don't know how to react to that sort of sentiment. It's traumatic for parents to hear what the kids are listening to, let alone the kids themselves. It wasn't pleasant. All that was occurring before October 7. I can't even imagine what it would be like now.
You also describe in your statement a recent incident where you were playing pickleball with a couple of friends and you were asked for your view on the conflict between Israel, the US and Iran, and from your perspective they implied that all Jewish people are in support of the Israeli government. How did you respond to that?
It's really hard to, first of all, let me say that pickleball club has been a tremendous support for me. Most of them are not Jewish. In fact, probably 90% are not Jewish. But particularly after Bondi, the amount of support that they provided was just amazing. But after the Iran war, there's a couple of people who were asking me what are my thoughts. Now, I don't know if they were asking other people what their thoughts were, or they were specifically asking me because they knew that I was Jewish. So I'm thinking that maybe there was a curiosity associated with it. But there were comments made like, it's only happening because Israel has convinced Donald Trump to invade Iran. That's why it's happening. It's Israel's fault. Or implying that it was Israel's fault. That's what struck me as really quite odd. First of all, I don't think anyone can convince Donald Trump to do anything. But regardless of that, the fact that they're blaming Israel again just seemed over the top for me.
You conclude your statement by noting that, in your view, there's a lack of understanding in the community as to what Zionism means. What does it mean to you?
So, Zionism to me means that a right for a Jewish homeland. We pray all the time for Israel, for a homeland for the Jewish people. Every Passover we say next year in Jerusalem. On our highest of holidays we say next year in Jerusalem. We pray for peace all the time, in all of our prayers for Israel. We just have this strong affinity to that country. That is our homeland. I have to say I've been there. I've been there once. Sorry if I go off a little bit here, and I hated it. To be quite honest, I hated it. My sister was just engaged, and as any older brother would do, you want to go and check out who's going to marry into the family and marry your sister. And so I picked up, this was back in 98. So my wife and I went to Israel to meet him, and I was greeted in the country with soldiers with armed really strong weapons and guns, which I had never seen in my life before. We had stayed in my sister's apartment, and I remember she went to work, and all of a sudden there was this huge commotion outside, all in Hebrew, and I could understand bits and pieces because of my schooling, but it was too quick for me. And I rang up my sister. I said, I don't know what they're saying. And they said, oh, don't worry, it's just a bomb threat. There's a potential bomb outside the apartment, and they're telling you to stay away from the windows. Okay. And I thought to myself, how could anyone live in this country? It's scary. But nevertheless, I admire the people who live there, the resilience. The country is 1/3 the size of Tasmania. It's so small. and yet it's produced so much in terms of what we do or what we benefit from as a community, as a human race. It's just amazing to me. But there's this strong affiliation to this country which you can't even describe adequately. But it's central to our religion. And when you see things like Zionists are terrorists or death to the Zionists, I am a Zionist. You're basically asking for my death. And in my role of integrity and ethics, which is my title, ethics and compliance officer, I can't imagine anyone wanting death to anyone. I would never come out of my mouth. And so to hear this, it's just, it's sustained on, I don't know, everything I hear. People can have their opinions, and I totally understand. Like I said, the rallies that I see for Israel tend to be in song and dance and peace, and we all need to live together. And the rallies that I see from the other side is death to this, death to that, death to people like me because we're Zionists. I can't understand it.
Thank you for your evidence today. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Matt. Can I just say something, if it's all right?
Yes.
I think I talked about the security and how it made me feel when I was living in Israel, 2 weeks in Israel. To see the security that we have around our schools and everything else, it almost feels exactly the same way. It feels like, oh my God, I don't know if I can live here, because I don't want to be confronted with this arsenal of weapons. I understand the need for it and security, but I don't think it addresses the key problems. And as I said, I'm in risk, and it's about trying to assess what the root cause is. You could put an armoured tank in front of a school, you could put an armoured tank in front of a synagogue. Yes, you might stop something happening at that particular place, but it's really quite confronting for the people who are going there, and it's not going to help a Jewish person walking down the street with the kippah in hand, because you're not going to have a tank following them. So we really need to address the root cause of this problem and hate that comes out of people's mouth. Children, I think Nelson Mandela said it, people aren't born anti-Semitic or racist, they learn it. So they're either learning it from homes, schools, friends. That's the root problem that we need to fix. So sorry, I know you've got a tough job, but I just had to say that.
Not at all, Mr. Guttman. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
We'll now take a 15-minute adjournment. Yes, Ms.
Now,
Phillips.
our next witness is present in the hearing room and will be giving evidence under the pseudonym ABH.
Yes.
And I understand the video will not be streamed on the live stream.
Fine. Take a seat.
Do you wish to do that or an affirmation?
I know.
Please raise your hand, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
You're giving evidence today under the pseudonym ABH, and I'll refer to you as that. You've prepared a witness statement that's dated the 13th of April 2026.
Correct.
And the contents of that statement are true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, doc ID stat.899.0004.0003_R.
Yes, that will be exhibit 1.81.
You live in the inner west of Sydney and you've done so for your entire life, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you're not Jewish.
No.
You have Israeli and Jewish friends who live both in Israel and around the world.
Yes, many of them.
And one of those friends lives in a kibbutz in the south of Israel that was attacked on the 7th of October 2023, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And on the evening of the 9th of October 2023, you decided to go with your husband to the Opera House to show solidarity with the victims of the 7th of October atrocities, is that right?
Yes, we did.
You understood that the Opera House was to be lit up blue and white,
Yes.
which are the colours of the Israeli flag. And it's the case that you drove your car to a position near Hickson Road under the Harbour Bridge, is that right?
Yes.
You parked the car and got out.
Yeah, we parked the car and got out, ready to view the bridge. To view the Opera House in the blue lights that we thought were blue.
And what did you see when you got out of your car?
Well, we didn't get out at first because there was a lot of commotion around, and we were a bit wondering what that was. But then we got out of the car and we walked under the Harbour Bridge because that's a great vantage point to view the Opera House, and it felt like a lot of commotion. We noticed there was many boats in the harbour with large Palestinian flags with tooting their horns, and people running past us in groups, and we were a little bit wondering what that was about because we were there in sombre and in solidarity with my friends who's had friends that were at the kibbutz and died. So we were sort of a bit shocked. My husband was actually quite scared, and I said, well, no, this is my city, I'm here, I want to be here, what are you scared of? But then being around there for a few minutes, I realised it was dark and ominous sort of feeling. And then my daughter called up on the mobile phone and said, get out of the city, get out of the city. And my husband wanted to get back in the car, so I still looked around and I saw that the Opera House wasn't lit up, it was dark, and I could hear like the chanting coming from that direction. Not knowing what that was about and being in a weird sort of space of my city, I did get back in the car, and we stayed in the car for another few minutes, 10, 15 minutes, just sort of mulling over what was actually happening and feeling the energy of the people running around. We just waited till that subsided before we drove home.
And the next day you made a post on Facebook about how you'd been upset by the previous night's events, and your post said this: we went to the Opera House last night in solidarity and support for Israel. I'm so sad that we had to leave in disgust. I'm sorry that there are so many evil people, even here in Sydney. You received a message from a friend in response to that post. And can you describe what that message said?
The message said exactly, although the behaviour of the few is disappointing, please remember that Israel has been killing Palestinians since 1946 and the world has been watching and doing nothing. I'm happy to send you information to help support this if you like.
You were surprised by receiving that reaction to the post that you'd made on Facebook?
Yeah, very surprised. I don't often make political posts on Facebook. It's normally family-oriented, grandchildren.
And on the 30th of October 2023, you shared an Instagram post of a statement that had been issued by 6 former Prime Ministers of Australia, which had condemned the Hamas attack, expressed support both for Jewish Australians and the Australian Palestinian community, and called for the unconditional release of the hostages and for humanitarian aid to reach people in Gaza. You received some comments from people within your circle that were critical of you having reposted that joint statement by the former Prime Ministers.
Yes, one person that I know said that in my comment that Israel is committing genocide and using the Hamas attack as an excuse. And that was very disappointing to see that from a friend.
And you've also referred to observing some of the protest activity in the Sydney CBD and having come to the CBD to collect your granddaughter from her job on the weekend after she told you that she felt unsafe on protest days. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. She worked occasionally on the weekends and usually a Sunday, and that was when she wanted us to come and pick her up because there was always a lot of commotion around the town hall station when people were getting off their trains and going to the protest. They were very loud and boisterous running through that area. So she felt, she's not Jewish, she's just she was a young teenager with a weekend job. And so we used to go and pick her up. We also used to go into the city to a museum or something, you know, for a Sunday activity, myself, my husband, or friends, or visitors that came from overseas. We'd often take them to my city, which I'd call it my city because I've lived here all my life. And but with all the police presence, it wasn't feeling like we wanted to do that anymore. So we didn't go we didn't hardly ever went at all after a few Sundays of seeing that. So.
And you've described a sense that you have that the protest activity that you've just described has influenced many to join a campaign of hatred against Jewish people. Is that the sense that you have?
Yeah. You know, I said that I feel that Israeli people and the Jewish people are hated, and that there are parts of Australian society who think that they're not entitled to have a life. I find such views to be unpleasant, and conversation about this really upsets me. I feel that there are people who are influencing others to be anti-Jewish, and that the weekly protests have influenced many people to join a campaign to hate Jewish people and to indoctrinate people to be radical against the Jewish people. I feel the protests have erupted in our city in a way that actually incites violence and hate.
And you've come forward to the Royal Commission with your experience and your observations because you're concerned about those developments and what they mean for the City of Sydney. Is that right? And
yes, the City of Sydney, but also my family, my grandchildren, my friends who are Jewish, and just the general care of wanting Australia to be a pleasant place to live for all nations to come and visit and immigrate if they want to.
Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. You're excused.
Thanks, Anna.
Commissioner, the next witness is also giving evidence under a pseudonym, ABG, and they are present in the hearing room.
Yes.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
An oath, please.
Please place your hand first. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
You're giving evidence today as ABG,
Yes.
and your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement that's dated the 2nd of April 2026, is that correct?
Yes.
That witness statement remains true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement, stat.899.0002.0001_R.
Yes, that statement will be Exhibit 1.82.
You're in your early 30s
Yes.
and you work as a lawyer.
I do.
You made a submission to the Royal Commission about an experience that you had at a pub in Sydney's Inner West in November 2025, is that right?
Yes.
You're not Jewish yourself,
No, I'm not.
but in the course of the incident that you described in your submission, someone had assumed that you were.
Yes.
Can you tell me what happened?
Yes, so it was November 2025, and it was really just a few weeks before the Bondi attack. I was at this pub with two of my friends, and we were actually celebrating because I just got accepted into a PhD program, so it was a very joyous affair. And we were sitting at a large square table, taking up one side of the table and a corner of the table, and a group of men that we didn't know came and sat around the other free space of the table. One of the men started talking with one of his friends, and he was speaking in broken Italian, some Italian swear words, and that kind of piqued my interest because I'm Italian Australian. And so I just said to him, "Oh, are you Italian?" And he said, "No, I'm not." And we sort of had some very brief banter of, you know, well, do I look Italian, etc. And so we started commenting on the appearance of everyone that was part of that conversation. But it quickly turned quite dark. He looked at me and he pointed at me and he said, "You're a Jew." I didn't find that offensive. I've been mistaken for being Jewish before. It's not offensive to me. So I said, "I get that a lot, but no, I'm not." And then he began saying things to me like, "I can tell by your big nose and your curly hair, you look like a Jewish rat." And he kept calling me a Jewish rat throughout this conversation. And then he sort of said some other very strange things like, "You have a rat nose and you're sniffing shit out."
You found these comments shocking at the time?
I did. When he first made the Jewish rat comment, I remember being really taken aback, and I said, "Wow, that's racist." And he said to me, "Jews aren't a race, you can't be racist towards Jews," which is, again, a strange comment because he's pointing out features of my genetics, so how is it not racism? And when I said, "Look, I'm not Jewish, but that's beside the point, you can't be saying things like this," he said that would be just like a sneaky Jew to deny being a Jew.
And you said in your witness statement that these comments were made in an aggressive tone rather than in a tone that was more lighthearted, perhaps.
Yes, I mean, I wouldn't understand what the joke was if he was making a joke, but the way that he said it struck me as quite aggressive. He was sort of like spitting the words out at me. He wasn't whispering them. It was daylight. He wasn't trying to hide his face or anything about what he was saying. It was very blatant and with no shame whatsoever.
And you said in your witness statement that having these statements targeted at me made me feel subhuman. I can't imagine how I would have felt during this interaction if I had been Jewish myself. Does
Yes.
that remain your recollection of the incident?
Yes, so, I mean, obviously no young lady wants to be compared to a rodent, but I have studied a bit of European history, and I'm aware in a very basic sense of some of the tropes that were used to dehumanise Jewish people before the Nazis came into power. I'm aware of the rat kind of trope that was used in propaganda around that time. I remember learning about that at university, and then I just had this thought of, in that moment, I can't believe I'm, like, it's like almost 100 years later, I'm in a pub in the inner west of Sydney, it's the 21st century, and this trope is still being used, this slur is still being used. And yeah, if I was actually Jewish and I had generations of my family have to suffer through anti-Semitism, and to hear that, I can't imagine how that would feel. It was really alienating enough not being a Jewish person to hear that.
And this man who had made those comments to you also made some racist comments and gestures to the friend you were with who has an Asian background, is that right?
Yes, so at some point in the conversation, she said, was to the effect of, well, I'm, Vietnamese, what do you have to say about that? And he said, all Asians look the same. And he made a gesture of pulling his eyelids sideways at her, and that really affected her, that made her very upset. And she got up to try and find security to have the man removed from the venue. She couldn't find anyone, and so she came back to the table, and I had a discussion with her and our other friend, and I said, look, every time we challenge this guy, he's getting a kick out of it. It's obvious that he really likes to sort of rage bait us, and he's enjoying that we're getting so offended. Let's just ignore him, and if we stop giving him the oxygen that he's obviously craving, maybe he'll go away. And eventually he did.
And you said in your statement that you didn't report that incident involving that man to the police, is that right?
Yes.
And you've noted that if a similar incident were to incur in the future, you would report it.
Yes.
Why is that?
At the time I thought about reporting it, but I didn't really know what police would make of it because I'm not actually Jewish myself. I didn't know if charges would result and how long that process might take. Being a lawyer, I'm aware of how these things generally work. And so I thought, he's gone, it's over, I'll just sort of forget about it. But then Bondi happened, and I guess I thought back over this incident and how quickly things can move from someone just having an opinion and expressing that opinion and moving into violence. And I thought that potentially if I had made a report, then police could have at least had some intelligence on this person. If in future this person tried to get a gun license, for example, there would be the report of what I had said, and potentially that would be strong evidence against him being the type of person that should have a gun license.
Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for coming forward.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Commissioner, the next witness I call is Sharonne Blum, who is appearing via AVL.
Yes.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
Sorry.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
Sorry, microphones muted.
I'm sorry, miss, your microphone appears to be muted.
Do I take it, Ms Hager, we expect this witness to give evidence and be seen on the link? Thank you.
Yes, I think that's right.
I think it was technical issues. She's just left.
We might give Miss Blum a couple of minutes to reconnect, and if the situation doesn't resolve
Yes.
itself, we can change the order of things.
There we go.
Do you wish to give an oath or an affirmation?
I can give an affirmation.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Miss Blum, could you please state your full name?
Sharonne Blum.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission, and you've prepared a statement dated 21 April 2026, correct?
Correct. I'm sorry, I can't see you. I'm not really sure what to do. I can only hear you.
I am sorry about that. We'll see if we can rectify it, but are you happy to proceed just hearing me for now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That statement, is it still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
I tender that statement, which has doc ID stat 899.0017.0001_R.
Yes, Exhibit 1.83.
Miss Blum, you're a Jewish studies teacher at a Jewish school in Melbourne, is that right?
That's correct.
And you teach years 6 to 12 students, correct?
That's correct.
You observe that the Year 10 Jewish Studies syllabus used to teach the history of anti-Semitism by focusing on the Holocaust and anti-Semitic tropes that originated in the Middle Ages, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
But you also observe that in recent years, and even more so since October 7, anti-Semitism has manifested in new forms. What are those new forms you're referring to?
The new forms can really be labelled most accurately as anti-Zionism, and it became very apparent that this really needed to be a focus. When having conversations with students, they saw probably about a year ago, neo-Nazis parading on the steps of the Victorian Parliament House, and that was very alarming, and they saw that those participants really received consequences that were legal and felt the full force of the law, and they wondered to me why, when they saw really violent, menacing mobs gathering on the steps of the Opera House sometime after October 7th, why those people parading and declaring awful things about effing the Jews and where's the Jews, why those people didn't receive any consequences or feel any legal consequences from those parades. And I had to explain to them that it's because the society that we live in hasn't yet properly diagnosed the anti-Jewish bigotry that we're experiencing. And then we need to teach our students, and we do, the long arc of anti-Jewish bigotry and vilification that can be divided into 3 distinct stages. The first one being anti-Judaism, where Jewish people were vilified because of our faith, and that really climaxed in the Middle Ages. with accusations like blood libel, where Jews were accused of stealing Christian children and draining their blood for ritual purposes, and we were accused of deicide. And Jewish people were basically positioned against all that was seen as good and right and pure. So Christianity was seen as angelic and the Jewish faith was seen as demonic. But with the Enlightenment, new thinking became very popular, and rather than vilifying Jews for our faith, the Enlightenment thinker was really interested in ideas around nation states, around science, concepts of race became very popular, and of course the pseudoscience of eugenics. So these enlightened thinkers, who some of them wanted to maintain anti-Jewish bigotry but looked down on anti-Judaism as a kind of superstitious, primitive, backward thinking, created a new kind of Jewish hate, anti-Semitism, and that framed the Jewish body, the Jewish individual, as a nation destabiliser and a race polluter. And they were really the progressives of that particular time. And then sometime later, these days, anti-Semitism is widely recognised as wrong, as taboo, and that's why these neo-Nazis felt the full force of the law. But anti-Zionism is considered progressive. And anti-Zionism, instead of charging the Jewish faith as demonic and standing in opposition to what is good and proper, or the Jewish body as standing in opposition to what is good and proper, the Jewish collective is framed as being in opposition to what is good and proper. And that Jewish collective is the Jewish state, is Israel. And Israel is really framed as the opposite of human rights. It's perceived as a kind of demonic monster, and all the things that Western civilization feels guilty for, like colonisation, apartheid and genocide, is mapped onto the Jewish state. And while these three things are distinct, just want to say they all carry these through lines where that mutate over time. So scholars say anti-Jewish vilification is a mutating virus, and it is. So whilst you have in the Middle Ages Jewish people charged with blood libel, today we have the Jewish state charged with intentionally killing babies. Whilst in the Middle Ages Jews were accused of deicide, today the State of Israel is accused of genocide. In the time of anti-Semitism, in the middle of the 20th century, with the Holocaust, Jews were seen as pollutants, race polluters to society. Today, the Jewish state is seen as a pollutant to the world, something that is worthy of being destroyed. And so anti-Zionism is really the current iteration of anti-Jewish bigotry and anti-Jewish hate that really needs to be addressed, because it's anti-Zionism that motivates sitting senators and MPs to drape themselves in keffiyehs and talk openly about the Jewish lobby here in Australia, or the Zionist lobby. Or they drape themselves in keffiyehs and proudly say in our Parliament House, from the river to the sea, Gaza will be free. It's anti-Zionism that motivates a past Australian of the Year to shout in a microphone in front of thousands of Australians, from Gadigal to Gaza, globalise the Intifada. And it's anti-Zionism that motivates social media comedian to opine with a member of One Nation that maybe Bondi Massacre was a false flag, that Israel might have done that operation for some kind of nefarious reason. And it's anti-Zionism that caused the doxing of 600 Australian Jewish creatives. And it's anti-Zionism that causes Jewish writers to be removed from panels, and anti-Zionism that causes Jewish artists to be cancelled from their exhibitions and their shows.
Ms. Blum, I wonder
Yes.
if I might interrupt you for a moment.
Of course.
You say in your statement that you believe that criticism of the state of Israel is legitimate. Your concern, as I understand it, is that sometimes that criticism of the state of Israel morphs into anti-Semitism by reason of some feature of the criticism. Is that fair?
No, that's not what I mean. Criticism of any government is fine. We all criticise politicians, we all criticise actions of other countries. Anti-Zionism is a hate movement that charges that a central part of Jewishness, that being our connection to our ancestral land, is some kind of evil. That we need to amputate part of our identity in order to fit in.
Ms. Blum, do you accept that people can hold strong views about the conduct of the war in Gaza that followed the Hamas attack on Israel, strong views that include a view that the present administration of Israel engaged in a disproportionate response to the attack that had occurred? Do you accept that that is a legitimate, non-anti-Semitic view to hold?
I accept that that's a legitimate position to hold. Whether it's anti-Semitic or anti-Zionist, that would require a further conversation. But many, many Jews around their own Shabbat tables, and hundreds of thousands of Jews in the country of Israel, also express certain concerns about the actions and policies of their government, just like we express concerns of the actions and policies of our government, although we're not in such a fraught situation. But it's not about the current war. The current war has paved the path for a type of anti-Jewish bigotry, anti-Zionism, has paved the path to allow that to become acceptable and okay and normalised. And it's not, because anti-Zionism, people declare themselves to be anti-Zionist and call for the erasure of Zionists from certain places. They do that regardless of the position of the Jew that they are targeting. So I don't think that anti-Zionism is a political position. It's a hate movement that is aiming to, I'll use the euphemism that they will often use, dismantle the Jewish state. But that's a euphemism for the destruction of Jewish civilization in a land that we consider to be very central to our identity.
Ms. Blum,
And
I wanted to ask you in particular about this exercise that you conducted with your Jewish studies class in relation to a cartoon that had featured in an Australian newspaper. I might just ask the operator to bring up an image of that cartoon. So this is at page 6 of your statement, Annexure SB1, and could I ask that that image be shown on the live stream as well, and that the top image be magnified so that we can see that cartoon a little better, please? So in this cartoon we have a depiction of what appears to be a Benjamin Netanyahu figure riding a blimp which has the face of Donald Trump. That's your interpretation, I take it, Miss Blum?
Yes.
Yes. And up at the top left hand it says running on empty oil check, and coming out of the mouth of, or written next to the Benjamin Netanyahu figure are the words oy vey. That's a Yiddish expression, correct?
Correct.
And out of the mouth of the Donald Trump blimp figure is a speech bubble that says Torah, 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 or whatever. The Torah is, of course, the most sacred Jewish text, correct?
Right.
And I should observe Yiddish. That is a language that's only spoken by Jewish people. Is that right?
Mainly spoken by section of Jewish community, yes.
And using this cartoon, and we'll come to some other features of it in a moment, but using this cartoon, what did you instruct your Jewish studies students to do?
I brought the cartoon to them and they were shocked and stunned in the same way that they're shocked and stunned all the time. And they said, is this legal? How can they do this? This is so hurtful. And I said, well, let's look at this through that framework, through that prism of anti-Judaism, anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, and let's try to unpack it and understand it, because really knowledge is power. And when the students understand the water that they're swimming in, the framework that they're existing within, they will be better equipped to respond to it and to contend with it, and hopefully shift the dial a little bit.
So this handwriting that appears on this image, that's the handwriting of one of your students, is that right?
Yes, they worked in pairs, but one student would write and they would discuss together, and they were identifying different features, drawing links, because this class had just completed this unit on the longest hatred, that arc that I had explained to you, and they were able to identify elements of the cartoon that perpetuated age-old tropes, but that they were kind of presented in a little bit more of a contemporary contemporary fashion.
And so we see in this image that the Benjamin Netanyahu figure appears to be wiping a blood-covered sword with a flag that has a Star of David on it, and the student has written bloodied and blood libel. So how does that, in your view, echo a trope that you've addressed in your class?
Well, the blood libel of the Middle Ages accused many Jewish people of murdering Jewish children and using their blood for our own ritual purposes. And so the kind of the image of the blood that the character of Bibi Netanyahu, I presume, the image of the blood in his hands is a reference to that ancient trope, but it's mutated and adopted the nomenclature of the current iteration of anti-Jewish bigotry, which is anti-Zionism. That's why you don't have just like a Jew that would, be in the pages of a Nazi magazine. You have the President of Israel, regardless of his policies, is the head of state. The President of Israel somehow controlling America, and his hands are dripping in blood.
I think one of your students, perhaps on another image, referred to this depicting Netanyahu as a puppet master controlling America. Does that play into another stereotype or trope in your view?
Absolutely. So there are conspiracy theories and tropes that carry through, the timeline of Jewish existence, and that Jews control the media, that Jews control politics, that we are somehow nefarious puppet masters working behind the curtains. That's not something new. That's something that you see in Nazi propaganda, and it's certainly something that you see in the current propaganda, except instead of it directed at the Jew, it's directed at the Jewish state.
And a student has also written that Netanyahu is depicted as a devil-like figure here, and does that play into a trope as well from your perspective?
Absolutely, that plays into the medieval trope. I remember this student and they were pointing out the eyebrows. They said, "Oh, does he really have eyebrows like that?" And they looked up pictures of Bibi Netanyahu, zoomed in on his eyebrows and looked at pictures of demons and looked at those eyebrows, and according to that student, decided that, well, this is like a devil-like caricature of the Prime Minister, regardless of what you feel about his policies.
And the student's also written there with a line drawn to the Torah remark that's mocking the Torah and is anti-Judaism. What's your reflection on that speech bubble?
Really understand it. I just see the repetition of the three words, Torah, 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 or whatever, that somehow he's been brainwashed by Jewish thinking to just say things that Jews want him to say, and that's why that's there. I find it a little bit unusual, but all these different elements put together actually contain all three iterations of anti-Jewish hate if we look at it. But to use the Torah, the most sacred text, regardless of religiosity, we recall stories from this sacred text, to use it in such a way and to put it in a newspaper, it's horrendous. It's just horrendous. How do you explain that to 15-year-olds? You're trying to give them an identity, make them feel proud of who they are. And the Australian Financial Review goes through editing processes and they think, oh yeah, that's okay. Who knows who'll see it. It doesn't matter that Jewish teens will see that and wonder what's happened to our country.
Your students decided to write a letter to the editor about this cartoon, and I might just read out some parts of what they wrote. They said, "We feel excluded and dehumanised as you continuously generalise our community as genocidal, violent people who control and destabilise the world." And they also wrote, as a 15-year-old in the diaspora, the only way to form a consensus about my own identity is through other people. What you are suggesting is that I am to be ashamed. How did you feel reading those sorts of comments from your students?
I had two simultaneous feelings. Extremely proud that they can articulate how they're feeling so well and in such a well-informed way, and also heartbroken. I've been teaching Holocaust studies for a couple of decades, and we've never been able to so easily find examples of how quickly extremism can bubble up and take hold of a society. It's heartbreaking that it's so easy to find such examples that can be connected within our own country.
And you're aware that subsequently that newspaper issued a statement accepting that the cartoon had caused offence and apologising for that? Is that right?
I wasn't aware, no.
How do you react to that sort of apology?
I think it's I think it's a good step, but I don't understand how editors could have allowed that to begin with. I accept that there's freedom of speech, but a big publication like the Australian Financial Review should really consider what their publication, what their material is doing to the fraying social cohesion of this country. Media can be such a powerful tool to build harmony instead of, you know, really kind of adding to the cracks and the brokenness.
You go on in your statement at paragraph 12 to relay an account that a relative of yours gave. They had just started studying at a university in Melbourne, and she recounted that she'd attended a lecture where the lecturer spoke of the idea that there can be no poetry after Auschwitz, and then went on to say that it was like how hard it was for artists now to create after the genocide in Gaza, and you've described this as a form of Holocaust inversion. For those
Yes.
who may not understand, could you just explain what Holocaust inversion is and
Yes.
why it's offensive to the Jewish community?
I think it's a misuse of the horrors of the Holocaust to try to describe something that you're seeing at the moment. My relative that was in that lecture, she was really rattled by it. She doesn't normally speak about things like that with me, and she did, and she didn't quite know how to deal with it, and we spoke about why it was so deeply offensive, and I explained to her that Holocaust inversion will use the language of the Holocaust, the characters of the Holocaust, and map them onto a current situation in order to communicate, in order to express that this current situation is the epitome of all that is terrible and evil. And so by talking about no poetry after Auschwitz and making the comparison to finding it hard to create art after the genocide in Gaza, that frames the State of Israel as the Nazi regime, the IDF, who were fighting and protecting civilians in Israel, both Jewish and non-Jewish, as kind of SS or Gestapo, or even Zionists as SS or Gestapo, and Gaza as Auschwitz. And if you know anything about Auschwitz and the particularities of the crimes that were committed there, it's historical lunacy to compare Auschwitz to Gaza. A war is terrible, but it's like we're calling this one, I mean, what war isn't a genocide if we are using Gaza as an example of genocide? So Holocaust inversion distorts the gravity of the Holocaust and distorts the thing it's trying to compare it to.
Ms. Blum, in your statement, do you refer to the fact that most of your family were murdered in Treblinka?
In my statement, I had some family that was murdered in Treblinka on my mother's side. Yes. And look, I didn't know those relatives, so it's a fact that I know. It's not something that I mourn all the time because those people are not known to me, but I know it. And therefore, hearing that kind of inversion lands not just on me intellectually, but emotionally as well. It's such a misunderstanding. It's a terrible misunderstanding.
Ms. Blum, thank you for coming along to the Commission today to give your evidence. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you.
I would like to say one tiny thing to explain Zionism, that promised myself I would say.
Of course.
The Jewish people are a people, and part of our peoplehood is a connection to our ancestral land. Excuse me. 6 months ago, I buried my husband and went, excuse me. And when I buried him, we sprinkled some earth from the land of Israel in his grave. That's Zionism. Even when we pass, part of us returns to our ancestral land.
Thank you, Ms. Blum. You
Thank
are
you.
excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Mia Kline, who
Yes.
is present in the hearing room. Please come forward.
Do you take an oath or an affirmation? Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do. I do.
Could you please state your name?
Mia Kline.
And your address is known to the Royal Commission, and you've prepared a statement dated 4 May 2026, correct?
Yes.
And is that statement still true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I tender that statement, which has the ID stat.HNN.0051.0017_R.
Yes, that statement will be Exhibit 1.84.
You're currently in your first year of university studies in Sydney, correct?
Yes.
You graduated from high school last year.
Yes.
You were born in the United States and you grew up in New York,
Yes.
and that was until you were 10 years old that you lived there, is that right?
Yeah.
And you mentioned that in New York there were many Jewish kids at the public school you attended, and you never felt the need to hide that you were Jewish, is that right?
Yes, it wasn't an abnormal thing. It was, noticed as equal to all religions, and yeah.
Your family moved to Australia and settled in Sydney when you were 10, and you attended local primary school at first and then started at a public high school, is that right?
Yes.
And then in 2021 you transferred to a Christian school, which you remained at until you finished in 2025, correct?
Yes.
When you started at the public high school, were you aware of there being any other Jewish students at the school?
No, I was not aware of any other Jewish students at the school. I was the only one to my knowledge.
And you described some experiences you had as a 12-year-old at paragraph 8 of your statement. Could you tell us about some of the comments that you received at that time?
Yes, well, when students initially found out that I was Jewish, whether it be because, my mother was Israeli and was asking questions about my background, or just naturally came up in conversations, the immediate recognition of what a Jew was associated with anti-Semitic comments such as coming up to me and hailing Hitler or telling me that I should be gassed. And the fact that for these 12-year-old kids who were not exposed to much, and most of their knowledge would have come from media or parents, and the fact that their association with Jewish people, which is purely a religion, was immediately negative tropes associated with the Holocaust, and thinking that it was normal and acceptable to come up to me and harass me daily. That was really my experience throughout that almost entire year of my first year of high school.
And some of the students who you received these sorts of comments from were people you considered to be your friends. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, majority of these comments were all kids that I consider to be my friends. And again, I would just have to sit there and take it and, act as if it was normal. I had to, I kind of internalized it and looked at it as if everybody was ostracizing me and treating me as part of my identity was abnormal, and that I, in turn, was ashamed of feeling that being Jewish was something that people would make fun of me for. And it really caused me to just feel this extreme sense of embarrassment and truly seek to hide out the fact that I was Jewish and try with everything I could not to let people know that I was Jewish and that it was something that I didn't want to be associated with, because I associated it with being made fun of.
Your mother ultimately raised concerns with the school about the bullying. What was the response?
Well, I initially didn't want her to go to the school because, as to my knowledge, I was the only Jewish person. I knew that it would identify me and potentially make the bullying worse. As she went to the school, they contacted me, and the teacher in charge of running what was going on spoke to me and essentially told me that the only way that they could do something is if I identified the names of the students. And since I couldn't do that there was nothing further that they could do. Even there was a swastika that I remember seeing in one of my classrooms, and when I told my mother, she was shocked. And especially in Australia, where I think it's a very good society. I think everybody is very accepting, and to have a swastika as something that, demonstrates so much horror and trauma. And when that was brought to the school, they did remove that, but it was there for a while, and the fact that it had to be brought up and actually sought out, I think that raises concerns as well.
You then moved to the Christian school in Year 8, and you say you initially didn't want to disclose that you were Jewish, but when students eventually became aware that you began to experience very similar behaviour. Can you tell us about those experiences?
Yes, well, at this point I was 13, 14, and still very ashamed of my identity. I did not want anybody to know I was Jewish, as I thought that if I hid that, then maybe I wouldn't be subject to comments and I could maybe fit in. And as people, again, found out that I was Jewish, as it is a part of me, it will always be a part of me, I experienced the same kind of remarks. Again, my friends would harass me, would do the Heil Hitler salute, would tell me that I should be gassed. I even remember a conversation with one of my very close friends where she casually said, "Aren't the Jews the ones with all the money? They hold all the power." And everyone laughed along as if it was just a joke. But it very much is not a joke. And these kind of comments continued until eventually I developed a connection with the Jewish community, and I made connections and really started to feel proud of my identity and embraced it. And instead of just sitting along and taking it, I would try to educate people, and I would kind of stop it and tell them the extent of what they were saying. And sometimes I had really constructive conversations, and I had my friends engage and want to learn more, which was really great to hear, and also establish that sense of, safety and fitting in. And other times I would have kids tell me that I was playing the Jew card, or that anti-Semitism was just a word made up for Jews to victimize themselves. And having that rhetoric, I didn't know how to, proceed with that.
You say that you looked forward to studying the Holocaust and World War II in Year 10 because you hoped it would provide an opportunity for your peers to finally understand what happened in the Holocaust and possibly the impact of some of their comments. Did it turn out that way for you?
No, I had a strong belief that the more education that my peers had on the Holocaust or on anti-Semitism, that potentially there could be change. As from my personal experience, when I had those conversations, it reduced it, or it caused people to stand up. And I was really looking forward to learning about this. I had been for a very long time, I was in year 10 now, quite deep into my schooling, and the opening lesson of the Holocaust, I recall remembering as what I called a Hitler sympathy session, where we learned about Hitler's circumstances and essentially blamed society for what he did. And from that point forward, it was brushed over. Very little of, the effects on the Jews and the anti-Semitic tropes that are still brought around and reframed as jokes in schools 80 years later was not really identified. And it really disappointed me that my peers didn't get the experience to really understand the depth of their comments.
You go on to describe the situation after October 7 and that you had experiences of people approaching you in a confrontational manner and saying free Palestine, or how do you feel about Israel's killing of Palestinian babies, and you say you felt as though you were expected to speak on behalf of Israel because you were the only Jewish person people knew. What did that feel like, having to take on that role or being expected to take it on?
Yes, well, at this point, comments had reduced, and then after October 7th, they increased. And initially, it was almost daily that those comments you mentioned before were being made, and it became such a big burden for me to have to carry and to have to, I felt a sense of I needed to educate as much as I could and, represent what I could and do what I could to hopefully change the narrative and, maybe alter at least one person's, even if it was just a thought. And this carried on for so long, and whether it was maybe genuine questions or, really intended to provoke me, I can't confirm that, but it's continued for so long. And I was only 16, and I was expected to represent everything that was happening in the war, which I don't think is a burden anybody should have to carry. I was just trying to go to school and see my friends, and at lunch I'd be approached, or in class I'd be approached, or even walking between classes I'd be approached. And yeah, it was exhausting. And even people close to me, as I wasn't essentially provoked or maybe didn't give them the response that they wanted, they would harass them instead. And yeah.
You also describe the experiences of your brother at school, and that he received similar comments of the kind that we've talked about. And your parents ultimately approached the school, and there was a meeting with the school principal. What followed from that?
Yes, so we approached the school after my brother had reluctantly told us certain things that were happening. I think the first incident was he was sitting in class with friends, and they told him that because he was a Jew that he should be gassed. Further, students in my year group would harass him, yelling "Free Palestine," or I think there was an instance that he told me about where somebody in my year group pushed him. There was a group chat that was created with kids in his year with the title of the group chat, Swastikas, where kids all sent photos of themselves Heiling Hitler. And we were very concerned. And as I had experienced very similar behavior and knew the impact and knew what it really did to me, I didn't want the same thing for him. And I also knew how he felt in terms of there wasn't really a right way to report it. So my parents and I both went together to the school, and we had a conversation and addressed concerns. And again, they wanted to identify names, which we didn't do. in terms of my brother didn't want that, and also address concerns that I had, but I had been dealing with on my own. And there was a racism general talk with my year group to maybe address it in a way that wouldn't identify me. And that, to my knowledge, was the only attempt that was made to address this. And to my knowledge, it had very little impact. I mean, I saw the boys in my year group coming out of that talk, and all it really did was broaden their scope of racism jokes. You know, then they would jump to other races and make jokes on that. And further, there was nothing else that was done, really.
And so when you say it was a general racism talk, do I take it there was no specific mention of anti-Semitism in the course of that talk?
I was not in that talk myself, as it was directed at the boys' year group. However, to my knowledge, they did specifically address anti-Semitism, but it wasn't the main topic of the discussion.
You also recount in your statement some of the comments that you've received online, including in response to things that you've posted on social media. And I wanted to take you to one of your posts and the comments that you received in response. So could I ask the operator please to bring up page 11 of the statement? It's the first page of the annexures. So, Ms. Hockey, could you just explain to me what we're looking at here?
So this is a post that I reposted on my Instagram story. It has no mention of the conflict in the Middle East. It was purely, an expression of Hanukkah, celebrating Jewish survival, and I posted that. And in response, I received comments that were quite distressing and hateful and anti-Semitic. And that comment was a way of saying gas the Jews, essentially.
Would you mind if I display that comment as well on the screen? So that's on the next page, page 12. And so the first, so these are messages that you received?
Yes.
Well, it's an exchange of messages between yourself and someone else.
Yeah.
And the first little image there, that seems to be screenshotting your post that we just went to, is that right?
Yes.
And then the person has written underneath GASTZA space JOOSH.
Yes.
And how did you construe that?
I believe, based on its phonetic spelling, that it means gas the Jews.
And you responded, not funny, man?
Yes.
And then this person responded, he.
Yes.
And how did that exchange make you feel?
It was very similar to a lot of in-person conversations that I had, where, again, it was disguised as a joke or, to normalize it. And, I mean, it made me feel the same way that I felt. And in terms of if I were to simply post something not even related to the conflict, that these comments were increasing. And prior to October 7th, I would post similar things in terms of celebrating holidays, and I never received comments like that.
You include some reflections in your statement as to what we can do to change this sort of behaviour, and you note at paragraph 37 that anti-Semitism in schools could be prevented and better addressed through comprehensive education about the Holocaust, targeted anti-Semitism education programs, visits to institutions such as the Sydney Jewish Museum, clearer school policies for reporting anti-Semitic behaviour without fear of retaliation, and improved awareness among both students and staff of contemporary anti-Semitism, including how it appears online. Is that still your view?
Completely. I mean, from my personal experiences, even there was an excursion at some point where a select group of us, a very small group of us, went to the Sydney Jewish Museum. And from that experience and my personal education to my peers, I have seen change. I have seen where there has, a change in standing up when they have noticed comments. I have seen an engagement. I've seen support. And I really feel that a lot of the anti-Semitism in schools is based on ignorance and lack of education. And I really think that that is something that needs to be addressed, because these are young kids and they are hearing these tropes from somewhere. And I think as they are young, it can be intervened. And I think that through educating them, it prevents it from leaking out into the broader society when these kids become adults, and these comments that they might disguise as jokes or be stemmed from ignorance, they will then lead to hateful ideologies that contribute to much bigger problems that I think that can be addressed through education.
You're now at university and you're involved in the Australasian Union of Jewish Students, and you say you feel connected to and proud of your Jewish identity and feel much happier and supported within that community. Is that right?
Yes, I think, joining AUJS, the Australasian Union of Jewish Students, I have definitely found a Jewish community, something that I've never really had before. Students my own age, I feel 100% accepted and comfortable, and people that I can talk about, being Jewish with. So that has been a very positive experience for me and has just strengthened my sense of safety and identity and feeling of proudness to be Jewish.
You also recount an incident, however, that occurred following an AUJS trivia night. Can you tell us about that?
So there was a trivia event that was organized by a few different university groups under AUJS, and the event went very well. Everybody enjoyed themselves, and at the end of the event, when it had concluded, a few of us had stayed behind, went inside the university bar, and we were playing pool and having a social drink. And prior to this, to my knowledge, what somebody has told me, although I didn't experience it firsthand, there was a man who approached one of my friends and asked if he was a Zionist. Further, when we were back in the room playing pool, that same man came up to a few of us and started asking if they were friends with the Zionist. And in that response, they said, yes, we are all Jewish, and from that point, I immediately became aware of that there was a commotion as this man became increasingly aggressive in his tone, yelling things at all of us, saying that we were baby killers, that we have all personally killed babies ourselves, that we all supported genocide, and just continued yelling profanities at us. There was efforts to remove him while we all kind of stood there in shock. And somebody, I believe, next to me started filming to document the attack of anti-Semitic remarks. And from that point, we ended up being asked to leave as the man refused to leave. And from that point, to my knowledge, I am not sure what has been happened with the man. The AUJS made a post on our social media to document the attack, to raise awareness of the kinds of anti-Semitism that is present in real life, really, and also to reassure Jewish students that this isn't something that is normal and isn't something that, that's not the outcome of the event, and we were all safe.
And after that video was posted on the AUJS Instagram page, there were some comments made in response to it on Instagram, and if I may, I might just read out some of those. One of them was the AUJ homepage prominently features the Israeli flag, thus it's actually likely that some of these students have killed children and adults by participating in Israel's genocide. Another was, don't like it here, fuck off back to Israel. Ask them whether they're Australian or Zionist first, let them go back to where they'll be welcomed. Did you read those comments at the time?
Yes, I noticed the comments, and as much as it was shocking to read them, as I thought that maybe with, the physical demonstration of pure, hatred for Jews or Zionists, that people would acknowledge that as it was wrong, yet there were still people justifying it, saying that that was okay, essentially, because we supported Israel or because we had affiliation. And again, as much as it shocked me to see it, it wasn't necessarily surprising, as I've seen this time and time again in real life and the media.
Ms. Hockey, thank you for attending today. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you for your evidence. You are excused.
Commissioner, the next witness in our schedule had been ABJ, followed by a witness to give their evidence in a closed session. That closed session witness has a scheduling difficulty, which means their evidence needs to conclude at 1:30 p.m. So ABJ has graciously offered to stay a little later to give their evidence, and we propose commencing the closed session to give that first witness's evidence at this point.
Yes. Just so I'm clear on this, Ms. Phillips, the proposal is that we sit on now, but in a closed session, to take the evidence. Yes.
Yes.
Very well. Well, I think everyone understands that. Can I ask both members of the public gallery and Ms. Phillips, is this an occasion when you're asking for members of the profession to also...
Just making sure of the position there. Yes, the members of the profession as well, Commissioner.
Well, members of the profession get to have a conventional lunch break, whilst those of us who remain will take the evidence in closed session. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry, what time will you resume?
Ms. Phillips, will we be in closed session for the rest of the day?
Save for ABJ's evidence.
Yes. So, I'm sorry, so we are to resume at what... You have...
Can we suggest 2:20 to take the evidence of ABJ, and then we will resume in closed session after that person's evidence.
So 2:20 we resume in public?
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm just slightly hard of hearing, Mr. Hertzfeld. 2:20 is the...
apology about that.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You're giving evidence today as ABJ. I'll refer to you as that. You have prepared a witness statement to the Royal Commission dated the 9th of April 2026.
Yes.
The contents of that witness statement remain true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief.
Yes.
You've noted that you would prefer not to include in your evidence today paragraph 25. 25,
yes.
Apologies, of your witness statement. And Commissioner, I tender the witness statement absent paragraph 25. I don't read that paragraph.
Yes, very well. Subject to that qualification, the witness statement will be Exhibit 1.85, and most importantly, the document ID.
Yes, it is stat
8999 0006 0001_R. I think we're now ready to have the evidence.
Thank you, Commissioner. You are Jewish and you see this as a big part of your culture and your identity?
Absolutely.
You're originally from South Africa and you emigrated to Australia in the late 1980s, is that right?
Yes, 1987.
And your children were born and raised in Australia?
Yes.
You've loved living in Australia and you are grateful for the opportunities that the country has given to you and your family?
Absolutely.
When your children finished high school, you decided that you wanted to give back to the Australian community by volunteering, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And in around 2010, you trained to become a volunteer telephone counsellor with a national not-for-profit counselling organisation, is that right?
Yes, a crisis line, yes.
So it's a crisis hotline that this organisation provides, and that's a hotline that people all over the country can ring up and call if they're experiencing a mental health crisis.
Yes, it's a national 24 hours line.
And if people call this line, they will get assigned at random to an available telephone counsellor.
That's right.
And that telephone counsellor might be located in an office really anywhere in the country.
That's right.
You trained to become a counsellor with this organisation over a period of around 6 months.
Yes.
And you paid to complete the training course?
Yes.
And once you'd completed your training, you commenced volunteering for this organisation.
That's right.
For around a 4-hour shift per week?
It varied. You had to do a certain amount of hours per year. And so if you went away or you didn't go away, you could work it into that. But you had to do a specific amount of hours per year.
And from the time that you completed your training up until about early 2024, you regularly volunteered with this organisation.
Yes.
It became a really big part of your life?
Yes, it was a lot of hours. You not only have to shift, which were weekly or bi-weekly depending on what was going on, you had to constantly do studying certain subjects, you had lectures, you had supervisions, so it was an ongoing process, weekly, monthly. It was a lot of hours.
And when you commenced volunteering at the organisation in about 2010, up until the 7th of October 2023, you estimate that you received a call with anti-Semitic content expressed by the caller only on the odd occasion, maybe 2 or 3 times over the course of a decade, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
How did that circumstance change after the 7th of October 2023?
It was instant. After October the 7th, from the next shift on, there would be, you would take 5 to 8 calls a shift depending on how long the calls took. But after that, I would get at least 1 call per shift, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, but at least 1 call per shift, where initially straight after October the 7th, it would be about Israel and the war, even before, Israel even responded. But then it quickly commenced to, about Zionism, about Jews, about what happens in this country with the Jewish lobby and that kind of thing.
And just so that we're clear, when a caller called the centre or was connected to the call centre that you were situated at, that caller was connected to your telephone line entirely randomly?
It's entirely random. They don't know who we are and we don't know who they are.
And you've set out in your statement at paragraph 13 some specific examples of some calls that you recall having with clients of this hotline in the months following the 7th of October 2023. Can you share some of those examples with us?
So one was, they'd start off about Donald Trump, and then they'd said, you know, he's got a son-in-law, and his son-in-law is Jared Kushner, and do you know what Jared Kushner is? And they'd say he's a Jew. And that's how everything is controlled, through this Jewishness, through Trump. Everything is controlled through that. And then they would go, you know, he went on a rage about that. Or I'd get a call that they'd have to say they were in crisis to use the line. So they'd say they're in crisis because they couldn't go to McDonald's anymore. They can't go to McDonald's. Why? Because we know who owns McDonald's. The Jews own everything. They have their tentacles everywhere and they just own everything. I also had one caller who was unemployed and never went to apply for work because you know who runs all the companies in Australia? They're all Jews. So it was those kind of calls that were coming through.
And you've noted in your statement that you felt that some of the people who were calling and making these sorts of statements didn't sound, from your experience in the counselling organisation, to be having a mental health crisis at the time. Is that right?
That's right. We had a process where we did check things, and it really was more a feeling of they're just phoning to offload it. It's a bit like a social media where you're anonymous. You could just offload and say what you want.
And from around January or February of 2024, you started to become quite anxious every time the phone rang while you were on shift at the organisation. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And you were worried that the caller would say hateful things about Jewish people.
Yes. Every time I needed to answer the call, I think, what kind of call am I going to get now?
And can you explain this to me? If a caller started to express anti-Semitic comments when they connected to your line, why couldn't you just hang up?
So, without going into full detail, there's a process in these call centres. It's a model that you follow, so that whoever answers the phone basically should be following the same model, so you get a standardisation. And the rule was 3 warnings before you could terminate a call, unless, for example, we used to get sexual calls, unless it was something like a sexual call, which was quite confronting. There were a few variations of that, but otherwise the rule is you have to give 3 warnings.
And did you speak to your manager about making arrangements for a sort of exception from that warnings procedure where callers expressed anti-Semitic sentiments?
So after a time I went to her and I said to her that this is what's happening, and it was very triggering, and I needed to be able to terminate after a call because I wasn't following what was happening, and it would trigger me. I had one very hateful call about Jews, and my response was, which really was out of line, I said, well, you're actually talking to a Jewish volunteer, and if you want to call back, feel free, but you might get another Jew. And I put down the phone. Now that's totally out of line for what I can do and what I'm supposed to do. And I realized then I couldn't actually continue because I'm not that it's employed, but I'm not there to do that kind of thing. So I went in and I explained the situation, and she said, all right, well, we'll look into it. And I didn't ever hear back.
You followed up with her?
I followed up a second time, and it wasn't only that I didn't hear back, but this is an organisation that does really good work, and it is an organisation that deals in anxiety, or deals in triggering, or if it was a domestic violence or something, there would have been if you had a terrible call about domestic violence and it triggered you in some way, you could go and talk it out with your supervisor or your manager. This was never up for discussion. It was just kind of taken.
And when you followed up with your manager about trying to facilitate some kind of change to the call termination procedure?
She just said, well, nothing's happened so far.
And
then I never heard again.
And then in about March of 2024, after around 13 years of regular volunteering with this organisation, you decided that you should cease your volunteering duties.
I was so anxious to go back that I called in one day and I said, look, I'm not coming back, and I never heard from them again.
Were you upset to resign in that circumstance?
I was really upset. It wasn't only the circumstances were upsetting itself. I loved working there. It was a big part of my life.
And you said in your statement that you didn't feel like you were being heard, and you felt that the safety of Jewish people seemed secondary to that of other racial or other minority groups. Can you explain what you mean by those comments?
It's almost insidious. For example, so you in the call centre with other people, and there were 4 of us that always worked together, and they were always very supportive, but there was sometimes in other shifts other people, and in between a call that triggered you or affected you, you would have a chat, and you'd say, I just had this caller, and you'd chat about it, and they would give you empathy or validate or whatever. And I was once, I don't even know the person, it was somebody else, and I just said, I just had this terrible call, and I'm Jewish, and it impacted me, and they like looked at me as if there was no even I'm sorry or whatever. And it's an insidious thing, and you start questioning your own sanity in those kind of things. But when I had gone to my supervisor, and I've seen it in other areas, I've been there a long time, we had somebody, one of the counsellors was in a wheelchair, and within a few months of her starting, the whole office was redesigned to accommodate her. She was also a volunteer, she could leave at any point, but things were changed in that office, door handles lowered, ramps, there was things done. And I saw it in other areas where if it was a minority group, there was accommodation. And it just was this feeling of, well, didn't really matter.
You said in your witness statement that you find it hard to believe that you live in a country where you can't feel safe as an anonymous volunteer.
Yeah, it's everywhere. You go sightseeing, there's terrible stickers, whatever you do. There's bollards all over, there's security all over, there's just in your general day-to-day.
And you've commented on what you've seen to be as a shift in the environment for Jews in Australia in the last few years. And you've noted that you believe that anti-Semitism is now endemic. But you've also noted that you don't think that all Australians are anti-Semitic. Can you comment on that, maybe by reference to your children's experiences?
Well, I don't think so. I think it is a problem here. It's a huge problem. My nephew was murdered in Bondi, so we know it's a huge problem. And even when you see comments and that around that, where people left young families and that, and there's terrible things around it. But when that happened, our neighbours, none of whom are Jewish, all contacted us and all sent flowers when they heard, because they randomly messaged, hope you guys are okay. And then when we mentioned my nephew, the neighbour above us said, if you want security cameras, if you want anything in place, you just say what you want. So there definitely is a feeling of people who understand and do. And the only thing I ever asked of those people was really, don't be quiet anymore. That actually is the big thing. Talk up. Talk when you see something. But for my children, and they're both in very different industries, they've had no anti-Semitism. They both proudly wear Magen Davids, and they've had support, and they have. So, I think it is a section of our society that's ruining it, and I'm not sure how the genie goes back in. That's all.
Thank you for your evidence.
Thank you for your evidence. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, we're now moving back into a closed session.
Well, Mr. Hertzfeld, Ms. Callan, Mr. Zwire, you all get a an early Friday mark. The Commission will be sitting in closed session for the rest of the afternoon.